Hello. I'm just waiting a few seconds to make sure that my sound is not on my browser. And that one is. Okay, so we got rid of that. There we go. What I'm doing here is I'm just using some burnt umber and just kind of sketching at the places. Ignore this. It makes it look like she's got a big nose there. What I can do is take one of these brushes, because this is just burnt umber with mineral spirits. I can just block that out. Kind of come in. If you hear an alarm, a siren, it is because it's noon on a Monday, and I live in a small town. We have our local siren going off for weather and whatnot. What we're doing today is John Singer Sargent. I want to just lay some of this out here real quick so that we have the colors that we use, or I'm using, are a little different than what I usually use. So it's going to maybe take me a bit to get used to it. The colors that he supposedly used that are comparable to what we have now are the titanium white. He also had lead white, but I don't have that. I don't use it. Let me go through it real quick. Let me just scoot this over like that. I've got titanium white, and I don't have any Venetian red, which is what they said that he used. So what I'm using is a transparent earth hue, and I don't know how close it is, but we'll see. And it came out separated a little bit, so that's why it looks so juicy there. And then alizarin crimson, yellow ochre, raw sienna, burnt sienna, raw umber, burnt umber, ultramarine blue, right here. Where'd you go, blue? Come on, I know you're there. Is that blue? Nope. Is that blue? Nope. Maybe I missed putting blue down here, but I've got some blue up here. I did. I forgot to put it over here. I'll just move some over. Ivory Black, right here. So this must be raw umber. And then this is a Viridian, which you can kind of see the greenish cast on her skin. By the way, this is cropped. To do the whole painting, I wouldn't be able to do that in a quick little study like this. So we're just focusing on what he has here for her portrait for the face. Let me see here. A little bit of bio. Sargent was one of the most celebrated portrait painters of his era, known for his elegant, technical, Technically masterful works that captured both the appearance and the personality of his subjects. And then on that little paint card right here, you can see the mixtures of things that he used. I've got, I'll go through more detail on what I mixed on those for like the flesh tones and what colors did what here in a little bit. Let's go back up. This particular painting, Madam X, is known for its striking contrast, subtle modeling, and refined tonal palette. Let me get some of this on here. I'm using a rosemary brush, a Rosemary & Co. It is an 0 ivory pointed round. I haven't done a master study the last couple of weeks. As I've been saying, I need to get some of my own work done, but I really miss this. I'm going to make some other arrangements instead of doing away with Master Study Monday. We'll figure something out. And at this point, I may need to make adjustments majorly. While Sargent didn't leave a detailed color recipe, art historians and technical analysis of his work give us a good idea of the pigments that he used. This particular painting was very controversial, and if you've taken art history, I am sure you are familiar with it. It just doesn't look like it's up far enough, does it? Her little ear. There were some colors on this palette that I did not have. I did not have a Madder Lake for a red, and it said that he used that, or the alizarin crimson for the pinks on the cheeks, lips, and the subtle warmth in the flesh. I did not have any of it. I did put it on my list to buy though, but I do have the alizarin crimson and the transparent earth red. Let's see, what else was there? Typical for the yellows, he used yellow ochre and raw sienna. I put that on there. Payne's Gray was another option. I do have some of it. They're older, but if I need it, I've got the tube of it over here. I thought I did. Yep, it was buried. It's older than dirt. I may be able to just add white to the highlights, for the highlights of the black dress. There's not that much on here anyway. There's a little bit down here if I happen to catch it. There is a link in the bio, or in the description about more information on him. If you're not familiar with him, I don't want you to leave, but just so you know, there's something there if you need it. Put a little more. I'm just using mineral spirits with it here. Yeah, the highlight comes out there. It's got like not a bun. What is that called? This is just what you would consider an underpainting. This gets much more interesting to watch once I get things down. Right now it's not that exciting. Right there is her socket. Her nose. I think her nose is going to give me some challenge. Don't think I have her ear placed right. I'm going to wipe that off. For the fleshy tones, I mixed just the basic flesh. I mixed titanium white with yellow ochre and just a little bit of the red earth hue. She's got a little ear. That may be interesting to paint. Okay, I think we've got the gist of it on there. I'm going to get a little bit of the background color mixed, you know, like a wash, just so I have something to compare the skin tones to. This is gessoed paper, by the way. Yeah, see, that's too yellow, too warm. Because I'm just using mineral spirits in these washes, they will dry really quickly. Let me get a little something to make it more opaque. This will not be the final color. This is just to get something down so I can have something for the edges. I love Sargent. He is many artists' favorite. See, it almost looks pink on there. Let me get just a little bit of blue. And by the time I do some of the flesh tones, this back here will be dry. Well, dry enough I can paint over it. No, that's, it helps though. It's closer to the right value. That's the main thing I'm worried about. This little paint card, I should make it available to download. I think I will after the live. I'll put a download to it, or a link to a download. That's a little closer to. This particular painting was very controversial. He hung it thinking, "Oh, this is my best work. This is going to make me. I am going to be set after I they see this. This is totally amazing. And then when he hung it, people did not have the reaction that he hoped it would. It pretty much ruined her reputation, the sitter, and it took a lot for him to come back from it. And the reason was because, I'm just going to leave the background like that. The reason was is the strap on her right shoulder, this one over here, he had it like draped down. It was like hanging on her shoulder. So people took it as being very suggestive. Let me get my glove on. I went through all my old paints the other day, and I do have some with cadmium, and I don't think any of these are an issue, but let's see. I have notes here. We were talking about the controversy. So let me pull that back up. This is one of art history's juiciest tales. Ooh. Of beauty, ego, and the well-placed strap. The more that I'll look at this, the more I'll see things. So right now I am just putting in like base colors to get the basic shapes down as per traditional. I'm going from large shapes to small. And as I said, I may have to make some adjustments on this as far as proportions and whatnot. That's a little too. It's a little too. Yeah, this will be more exciting once I get some of this all laid out. Right now it's very just kind of there. It's very rough. We'll be able to build up colors and whatnot, and it will come together in the end. We just have to trust the process. If you're here and you're familiar with my other channel, as of November 6th, I will no longer be doing sprints for heart breathings. I love heart breathings, but I need to focus on this. The sitter here is Virginia Emile Avigno Goutreau. She was a wealthy American-born Paris socialite known for her striking looks and pale lavender-tinted skin. She allegedly used lavender powder and Sargent painted her as a modern goddess, elegant and daring, and unapologetically sensual. Okay, I'm going to start putting some of these darker skin tones in there. Just kind of block them in. I also have some walnut oil here that I use very sparingly. But that's the only medium that I use other than the mineral spirits. You can see it's still really very much a wash. And I will slowly thicken up the painting or the paint. This is considered alla prima, and then I'm going to do it all in one setting. Oh, I said the strap was down, and it people were aghast about it because it suggested erotic abandon rather than aristocratic poise. Critics and moralists lost their collective minds. The salon crowd called it vulgar, indecent, even an outrage to womanhood. The fallout was brutal. Like I said, her reputation just went. But as per usual, Sargent bounced back. But he did leave France for London soon after, where he rebuilt his career and became one of the most sought-after portraitists in the English-speaking world. But ironically, now this is considered one of his masterpieces. It is... Ooh, I got a little dark there. A little too dark, I mean. A bold statement of modern elegance and psychological power. Time, as it tends to, turns a scandal into legend. Especially when it comes to art, it seems like. I am using a Transon. I've used it so much that it is worn off. But it's just a small angle brush. You might hear my clock ticking too. If that annoys anybody, I can set it aside. And see how it's... Initially, I did not like having this angled brush, and now I use it all the time. I pre-mixed some skin tones. Wrong one. There we go. In here by mixing yellow ochre burnt sienna and a touch of blue in with some white, and then I'm blending it over into this gray area. Where I had the burnt umbers down here. This is a life size, I believe. The original is. I will probably do a time lapse of this because to watch it live takes a little bit of time, and I know not everybody wants to sit for hours. This will probably take a couple of hours at least. It's a nice gray color there. Let me make sure you're... Yeah, I just want to make sure my mic was on. I'm just using my camera's microphone. That is not up high enough. There we go. You'll notice her collarbone, which should be right here on the painting, doesn't exist, basically. And that was intentional on his part. The white that I'm using is Paul Rubens white, titanium, and it takes a long time to dry. I have a couple of sketchbooks going with master studies for that reason, because it won't dry enough for me to turn the page. Next week I am considering doing Goya, because he's one that I think I need to know more about. After the uproar, by the way, of the strap, he repainted it and put it up where you see it now. There's just a hint. If you hear anybody in the background too, by the way, my husband is home. He's usually really good about not making a lot of noise when I'm working in here like this. but he may, I know he's making phone calls, so I may mute myself just in case he talks about something personal. Because I know he's making doctor's appointments and things today. I know I made a comment about her ear, but I'm really kind of excited to paint it. Just because of the challenge. Let me turn this light off. There we go. I know that makes a shadow from this other light over here, but I'm right-handed, so. Let's get some history on him. I really found the whole scandal interesting myself. Oh, wow. His birthday is January 12th. I know somebody else whose birthday is that day. He was born in 1856 in Florence, Italy. Wrong color. In Florence, Italy. Rub that out a little bit. Because this is a lot of like wash, I can just pull out highlights. That's actually a lot better. That looks. His parents were both American. His father was a doctor and encouraged his artistic development. Let's see, he showed talent early. He showed an early aptitude for drawing and painting. By his teenage years, he was already studying with prominent artists of Europe. Let's fix that reddish there. She has a nice strong shadow on her ear. Most of his value changes are very subtle. So it's going to be a challenge to get this. I can feel that the underpainting, what I used with the mineral spirits, is already drying. So that's good. Boy, that one's... Let me do something with this light, make it diffuse a little better. There we go. That's better. I know there's a little highlight right here, but I think we can live with that. Let me get some of this ultramarine blue over here. I'm not really sure why I put that up there and down there. But what's done is done. I can mix them together. Let's see. That's too dark. Just an FYI, you can find you can find some wonderful reference photos to do master studies at the Met and other museums. That are high resolution that you can download, and that way you can really zoom in on them. I would love to see this in person. I have a high school friend that commented when I posted this that he had just seen it a couple of weeks ago. I think that's what he said. I don't think I have that going in far enough. There's the tip of her nose. Well, that looks goofy, doesn't it? I don't think I have this coming down far enough. That bugs me too much. I can't leave it like that. I think this needs to come down. So I can get more of her chin. Wow. This just takes a little while to build up the paint colors. Oh, I was talking about his life. He studied at the École des Beaux-Arts, and please forgive me if I'm butchering that. I wholeheartedly admit that my pronunciation of French and Spanish, of everything really, is poor. Okay, I think I've got it pretty well blocked in. This up here needs to be darker. Let's get some of this yellowish in here. And add a little blue. Get us some ultramarine and raw sienna, I believe it is. Ooh, that's a little much. I want to get the background in around her profile there. At least, oops, at least a little closer to the value. These brushes that I'm using are, I highly recommend them. I'll put the, let me make a list here. Download F8 swatches. Link to Transon brushes. I believe I do have them on my page, my web page. I'm not sure I have them on. Anywho, they're very reasonably priced. And work, I think, really well. But see what happens? I just broke that. But there's wood in there. And that's only because I'm hard on my brushes. What I did there was just put a drop of, whoops. This is real life, folks. A drop of super glue on there. And then I'll just let that sit for just a few minutes so it'll oop. I just got paint all over the. Okay. I'm gonna let that sit for just a few minutes. See what time it is. I like that brush, but I really shouldn't be using it right now. Okay. I tend to use burnt umber for dark areas before using a black. Because it doesn't stain as much, and I can fix it if I need to. I figure since I need to use a different brush, I'll just use the small one. He trained under Carolus Duran, a French portrait painter who emphasized a bold, fluid painting style that would influence Sargent's signature brushwork. I can very much see that, and I don't think I have her forehead high enough either. He traveled extensively in Europe, particularly Italy, France, and England, studying the old masters like Rembrandt and Tintoretto, and Velázquez. There is a playlist of master studies on the channel. I've been doing these most of the year, except for the last couple of weeks. Trust the process, it'll come together. He was mainly known for his society portraits. I'm going to get a fresh paper towel. I use these, by the way, shop towels. just lost what I was. There we go. In addition to portraits, he did do landscapes, watercolors, and murals, including works in Boston's Museum of Fine Arts and the Boston Public Library. That's interesting. So if you're near Boston, that would be an amazing thing to see, in my opinion. Got that too wide. Come on. By the way, if you hear a bark or anything in the background, Poncho is here. He's known for his loose yet precise brushwork, capturing textures of skin, fabric, and hair with remarkable realism. I do remember hearing that if he were to paint something like this and it just didn't work and the brush strokes were not what he wanted, he would wipe the whole thing out and just start over. It was not always just a put down the brush strokes and everything's great. He never did marry, and he was known to be very private. He maintained a wide circle of friends in artistic and social circles across Europe and America. And I know this brush is probably way too small to be using right now, but we'll just pretend like it's okay. Despite his fame, he eventually turned away from society portraits and focused on watercolors and travel painting. If I remember right, when I was doing another artist, that they said that he sort of regretted being known for his portraits because he felt like he just didn't enjoy it there toward the end. It was not, he felt like he was almost like a prisoner to it. Oh. There we go. Let's see. He died in 1925 in London, and he left behind a vast body of work that continues to influence portrait painters today. He did charcoal drawing portraits too that are amazing, and I might do. I'm sorry, I'm listening to hubby because I think he's calling the doctor's office. I might do a charcoal study of one of his. I'm considering doing 30 heads in 30 days in November. There was a time where I would do NaNoWriMo and it required writing every day. And I did 100 heads in 100 days once. So I know I can do it. But do I do... I thought about just putting on Facebook a call out for reference photos. And then sorry, it's very hard to sometimes to paint and talk at the same time. I live in a, like I said, a small rural community, and I could post it on Facebook and have local people I thought about, I don't know if you're familiar with the artist that set up shop downtown in where she lived and just sit there and did portraits. And she did them all the same size and whatnot. I have thought about doing that. His work remains highly sought after and are displayed in major museums worldwide. Now, I heard a rumor that he was gay, but historians cannot verify it conclusively. Some people say his artwork, the way he painted men, was very sensual, and that tends to support the idea, but no one really knows for sure. But I don't remember reading anything about a romantic relationship. That doesn't necessarily mean he was gay, though. I just thought that rumor was interesting. Let's see. Some scholars focus more on the erotic tension or androgynous qualities in his paintings, like this one, as hints of his sensibilities, but this is interpretive rather than documented fact. In short, there's evidence to suggest he may have been gay or bisexual, but there's nothing conclusive. And then I've got a bunch more notes on that, but I find that irrelevant. When he was traveling, like I said earlier, some people say that it was an escape from the rigid social expectations of portrait commissions. What color did I just put on my brush? And I can see that. I personally do not do portrait commissions. Yeah, it's the values are just so subtle. This is not the brush strokes and all that will be at last, or be at the end, that are going to stay. I'll put it that way. English words, hard. In short, his personal sensibilities, his private life, and aesthetic sensitivity helped him capture nuance, personality, and subtle tension in his work, making his portraits emotionally compelling and psychologically rich. I think that's very well put. And I think that needs to come up. This shoulder's sloping down too far. See, I'm still making corrections on things. Proportion-wise. And I bet that one brush is good to go. No, it still needs to dry some. Let's see. I'm going to use, this is another Transin, and there's nothing on there. I've worn it off so much. I'm going to work on her ear and try and get this. If I need to, I have music queued up to play. If I get too quiet, because I know some people like to have this on in the background while they're working. This study, and it is a study, it's not a copy, is quite a bit smaller than the original. So it's like working in miniature almost. Because this, I mean, this is my hand, so just mixing together some yellow ochre and alizarin crimson to get like a more peachy color. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. We've been at it for an hour, which is not too bad. I don't think, anyway. We've gotten quite a ways with it, in my opinion. I mentioned these brushes. I got a set the other day that is in a case. And there are, I don't know how many brushes in it. What did I do with it? Oh, it's sitting across the room. I don't want to get up yet. I do need to take a break, though, so I don't regret it later. Anyways, the set that I bought was like $12, $12.97, something like that, and there's quite a few in it. I'm going to skip that and go over to her mouth and nose because it's so important. Probably could use a smaller brush, but I think for right now I'm just going to use this one. I think when I come back from a break, I will switch out to a smaller one. Oops, let's see. I don't think I have the upper lip thick enough. As I said, I will need to take a break, but I don't want to leave it at a totally ugly stage. See how the paint is getting where I can put it down a little thicker now. That under is doing its job with just the mineral spirits. I am working from lean to fat, hence the mineral spirits at first. I don't think I got that high enough. Yeah, her arch there is not dare I say, I wonder if she had 90s eyebrows. You know, we all plucked them to death. I see. This was... That's getting closer. Closer. Oops. I don't know if I have that mouth big enough. I do have the heat on, so if you hear, you might hear the heater in the background. It's chilly here in Kansas today. Let's see. Didn't know, I never finished the ear, but I'm gonna wait till I come back with a smaller brush. Like I said, this is almost like painting in miniature. It's the page, it's 10 by 10, so by the time I taped it off, it's 8 by 8. Which is small, in my opinion. My opinion. I do not know that I have ever seen a Sargent personally, in person. If that made sense. If I did, it was probably at the Nelson in Kansas City. I did that way too low. What color did I use for the skins? Let me show you. What I did, this is the palette that was suggested online for what he used compared to contemporary colors. But I used a little bit of yellow ochre, alizarin crimson, and just a touch of blue, and that made the darker. And then I can add blue to it and the burnt umber to get these gray tones. And then this is just raw sienna, a little bit mixed in with white. And then this is just a little bit of yellow ochre mixed in with white to make like a pale. I have some ultramarine blue. What I'm using is titanium white, transparent earth red, alizarin crimson, yellow ochre, raw sienna, burnt sienna, raw umber and burnt umber, ivory black, and Viridian, and then titanium white. I need to put that list on in the description. Let me write that down. List of paint colors. They did suggest Rose Madder, M-A-D-D-E-R. I did not have any, and I have quite a few paints. I put it on my list of things to buy. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Madder Lake. For some of these pinkish tones. So that is why I use the transparent earth red to give me another red to use. And when I first started, I did like an underpainting of burnt umber. Burnt umber? Yeah, burnt umber and just some mineral spirits. And kind of sketched it in so that I had something to work off of. I didn't draw it with a pencil. I just drew it in with paint, essentially. I did make a note, by the way, to list the colors. And I also have a palette showing them. This, that I'm going to have a link to download, and this is close to what I'm using, except for the Madder Lake, I think's on there. Oops, wrong one. There we go. She has very blue undertones, and on the information about her, it said she was known for having lavender colored skin, and she used lavender powder. I'm not sure. I assume that's like a face powder that's a lavender color. Let's see. Yeah, he's they're very subtle. I mean, the skin tones are. I consider this like the equal to like the first layer of color myself. So I will be going over quite a bit probably. I do need to take a break. So I have upper back that fights me if I sit too long in one position. I'm using the Ultramarine Blue to give that kind of blue cast that she has, just very faintly. Let's see, that needs corrected. I said earlier too, I think I might do Goya next week. He's got some that are very expressive, especially some of his later works. And I find him an interesting person. There's a movie out that came out several years ago. I can't think of her name. But anyway, it was just very good, and it really sparked an interest in him. He painted things during the Inquisition. If you get what I'm putting down. I'm in the US, so. Yeah, I can see some changes I need to make. That's okay. It's a study. I have to keep telling myself when I do these, it's a study. It's not a copy. Let's see if this is, yep. I'll be gentle with it though. If you missed it earlier, I had to do some surgery on my paintbrush here. Mixing in just a little bit of that walnut oil. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have. Come on. Oh, well. It still has kind of a bluish tone to it, so that's okay. Yeah, if you'll notice, there's not much of a collarbone here. Here's my heater again. Let's see. Oops. I'm going to take a photo of it, and that helps give me a different perspective. I don't think I'm too terribly off, but there are things I need to work on. Like this shows up very yellow on my image. Oh, you can't see that. So I need to go in and fix that some. And of course the background needs, and the straps. I think at 30 minutes after, I will get up and take a break. Maybe get a snack or something. What these three also are, like light, medium, and dark values for skin tone. And then if it's not light enough, I just add some white. Oops, did I just crack it? No. I wonder how hard it was for him mentally to add that stripe, or that strap. You have to pull it up. If it were me, I'd be cussing the whole time. I just want the damn striker. I wonder if that was a major factor in him getting turned off on portraits. So I think that would have been hard. I don't think we're doing too bad for an hour and a half in. Oops, that's a little light. Let's see if we can, I got a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can mix up some that background color here in just a second. I will go over this with black where it's needed. Let's see if we can mix that background color that works. It looks much more greenish on screen than it does on my reference. Oh, that's pretty good. If I do say so myself. The color, the background. It's kind of an army green on my palette. I used, I think it's raw Sienna and Ultramarine Blue. But you can see it's still not as solid as his is. So I probably will go over it again with much thicker paint. I have to get a little further. I know it's 30 minutes after, or past 30 minutes after. It's really hard for me to switch gears and take a break. I think her chin needs to come out just a little bit more too. I'll take care of that when I come back. That's a lot closer to what I need anyway. I know. Take a break, take a break. Surprised my husband hasn't hollered in here. That went over that area nicely. That underpainting I did with mineral spirits is dried. I think I need to go give somebody a TREAT too, in my opinion. He's being very good. Yeah, see, this needs darker and to come in more. This needs, yeah. I have a rag in my other hand, by the way. It's much more blue than what I've got there. Okay, I need to step away. I need to go to the restroom and whatnot. As hard as it is for me to step away. Okay, I'm gonna force myself. I will. Ooh, she got a double chin. Couldn't leave her with a double chin. Okay, I'm gonna step away and take a break. I don't think I have. Yeah, I do. Let me see if it'll work. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let's see. Birds. Want to listen to birds or do you want to listen to music? I think it's going to have to be birds. Music's not loading quick enough. It's a pretty big file. Well, birds is undone too. Why aren't you working? Oh well. I will leave the music tap to come on. And if it comes on, it comes on. If not, I will be right back. I probably will take about 10 minutes or so. I'm taking my glove off. Come on, baby. Get out of there. Wash my hands and things like that. Okay, I will be right back. If you have any questions, just feel free to go ahead and put them on there, and I will answer them when I get back. I think I'm going to go ahead and I'll come back at the top of the hour. That way you know exactly how long. That'll give me time to go to the restroom, walk around, stretch, maybe get something to snack on. Okay, so I'll see you right at the top of the hour. That would be 2 o'clock Central. That's about 18 minutes from now. Okay, I'm back. Have some Doritos. Rest of my iced coffee. Need some more. Should I grab some water? Wash my hands. Told my husband he could run his own errands. Oh, I was gonna get those. One reason I wanted to get these at the moment is because there's a smaller brush in here. There's a couple of them. Yeah, this is what's in the set. Let me get rid of that. Be right back too. There we go. That's what, 5, 10, 11? 5, no 10. 10 brushes and 1 palette knife. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and use these. One is considered a liner and the other one's a 4 round. Excuse me just a second, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, let me look at this. I'm just examining what I did and seeing what needs. You know, I obviously need to put in more more detail, hence the 2 brushes. Bless you. A poncho sneezing. Okay. I'm just checking some things on the computer there. I think I might have her ear down too far. The top of it should be up higher. The top of it should be Is that paint? Or is it? Nope. She's got a little thingy right here. I didn't notice that. But her top of her ear should be right here. And the bottom is more like right here. So I need to move that up. Which will not be that big of a deal. I can do it. I can do it. Oh, did the music ever start playing? No. How about the birds? Nope. Oh well. Okay. This is a #1 liner. This other new one is a #4 round. Look at that nice point. I think I'm going to use it to fix the ear. I'm glad I took a break that was a little longer than usual. I needed to check things online. I had a doctor's appointment earlier. Nothing serious. It's just a checkup, just a check in. But I had a form I had to fill out. You have to fill out every year. And it had some questions on it that kind of took me back. Even the nurse said she thought it was kind of odd when she filled hers out. I like this brush. I think she noticed my eyebrows kind of go up, like, oh. But I don't think they are alone in asking the question, and that's what bothered me. This brush is much smoother. She's got more of a slant to her ear too. Some of this paint that I use just mineral spirits on is drying on my palette too. Yeah, it's going over things nicely. The paint is now. That's too much. say that for myself. So what are you all working on today? I have one on the easel that I need to get done. I may work on it after I do this one. It still has a nice point to it. I mentioned my other channel earlier. I have been doing sprints on there. What did I do with my phone? I have my notes pulled back up. You use the titanium white for the main highlights, which would be like right there on her ear. There's a little highlight in there. Highlights on the gems on her straps. And of course to mix in with the this needs to come in just a little. Maybe that's too much. Soften that edge a bit. She has this dark shadow right in here. This brush is soft enough too, I can kind of blend it in. He was, if I remember correctly, his parents were on a trip. And he was born in France. Here we go. A little pinkish. He used the flake white or the lead for warmer, subtle creaminess for the skin, but I try and avoid using lead white for obvious reasons. I know some people are okay with it. I don't imagine it would be a problem if if you didn't eat or drink around your work and whatnot. It's a little lighter in here. She's got like a curl right there. Can't see. The dark background, so dark. If you ask a portrait painter about their influences, I think it's very common for them to list Sargent. He has a timelessness. About his work. I'm making this a little lighter around here. Got a little dark. Let's see, what else can I say about Sargent? If you watch the show, what is that? The Gilded Age, I think it is. They had a character on that was him. He was doing a portrait of the main character's daughter. You can really see that this is not black. At this point, he also used like a little ultramarine blue in with his brown, which is something I often do as well to get a black. I'm just going to keep working on this, kind of going back and forth on areas. As needed. Until I get it as best I can without needing another day. brush strokes are so soft. Value changes are so subtle. I haven't painted on her right hand strap yet. That's not intentional. I just to leave that one off for any particular reason. That was the one that he caused the scandal with. I think my hubby's running an errand. He's trying to be really quiet. That might be a little much, a little too light. There we go. Just trying to think. He was friends with another artist that I did recently. Trying to remember which one it was. I don't think I have her ear dark enough. The shadow, for starters, and then in here. Oops. Let's make you a little redder. So I'm pulling out some alizarin crimson to get this. Oh, this brush works nice. That's a little closer. One area. A little yellowish. I'm glad I switched up brushes. Makes a world of difference. her earlobe shadow there. And this goes up to here. A little blue goes up above here. That's a little better. Maybe I can fix her lips now too. Let's see. Her nose, little nostril. Shadows, it's just also subtle. Like I said, I'm just going to keep working at this until I'm satisfied. I could quit right now since it's just a study, but I want to get more detail. If nothing else, I like looking back through these. I think I'm going to go ahead and put some black on there, just to help the skin tones and whatnot. So you can actually see the contrast. Like in her hair there, this all should be, yeah, you can really see that. This right here. Anybody got good Halloween plans? I think that's my favorite holiday. I should have done like Frankenstein or something. I guess I still could on Halloween, just for the fun of it. There are some amazing resources online. He's very easy to find work of, I'll put it that way. And high resolution images, not just. So if this is something you're interested in doing. Did I get the bun too big? Let's see here. There we go. Or not the bun, but the. Imagine she has it up in a twist. Something a little more elegant than. I'm just looking at proportions. Because I don't feel like it's. She has such a different profile. Again, you might hear my AC come on. AC, my heater. Fall is here. I loved his just the way he could use things so precise with not really a lot of colors. I'm trying to get this all down just a notch. This is definitely a lesson in mixing very light values. If you've never done color charts, this would be a great one to study and see how many values you can get. I don't think I have this angled enough. Maybe it's just the shadow under here. There's more value, different values in real life than what's showing up on camera. That's okay. At least for now. Said some of these, his brush strokes were just so economical. He used for his reds and pinks. He used Venetian red, or alizarin crimson, or madder lake. And I do not have madder lake. I put it on my list of things to get for when I do another order. They use the Venetian red for warm flesh tones and shadows. He doesn't have a lot of like sharp edges, except for on the profile. What was I getting ready to do? I hate that when I pull up a color and then I'm like, oh yeah, what was I going to do? See, that's too blue right there, I think. It needs more of a pinkish, peachy. The alizarin crimson or madder lake he used as delicate pinks for cheeks, lips, and subtle warmth in flesh. I don't know if you can see that, but that just laid right over that really nicely. Still looks a little blue, doesn't it? A little too blue. If you missed it earlier, she was known for having a lavender skin, and is reported to have used a lavender powder which I assume is like a face powder, only tinted a red or a lavender, just ever so slightly. His yellows and his warm earth, he used yellow ochre, and that was the base for warm skin undertones. And then raw sienna for mixing flesh shadows and warmer browns. I put a little yellow ochre on my brush right there with some white. You can see kind of a peachy blend there that goes over that tendon that stands out when you again at this point I could, well, other than a strap of course, I could probably walk away and be okay. Whoops, that's supposed to go up. But let's take it further. Her skin tones are just so interesting to me. I'm taking some of that Ultramarine Blue and alizarin crimson and mixing up like a purplish and using it in certain spots. So it's like a lavender. Sorry, my husband just pulled up outside, so he's just barking at that. If he starts barking very much, I'll put it on mute. How much more fun could I have? Let me get those. It looks like she's naked. Let me get the straps on there. Like I said, that's just my husband coming home. Sorry, I'm going to mute myself till he gets in. I see two. I got that two angled this way. And it's more like that. So let me just take that off of there. Again, remember this was life size, if not larger, the original. So mine is much more like doing a miniature version because it's only 8 by 8. No collarbone. Well, there is, but it's very, very subtle. I love oils. See, for his browns and his shadows, he used burnt sienna, raw umber, and burnt umber. The burnt sienna he used for flesh shadows and subtle warm shading or shadowing. The raw umber he used for backgrounds and muted shadows. I know some people, when he showed this, said that her skin looked like a corpse. And of course now it's appreciated much more. Let's see here. This would be more of a black in this area where I just put that dark brown. But I'm going to keep it as a brown for right now until I'm sure. There we go. I'm glad I don't have to do that whole thing all the way down. Okay. Let's see. Burnt umber, deeper shadows and skin, and the dress details, which is part of what I'm doing right here. Blues and blacks. He used ultramarine blue, an ivory black, or Mars black. By the way, if you've ever wondered how ivory black is made, there's a wonderful YouTuber named Becca that does these videos that are very informative. I'm just making a note here, so I think it's spelled AH, but I'll put the link when I'm done in the description, because it's very, she has some really cool like art history videos. One of my granddaughters turned me on to her. She has a little bit of a yellow in here. I wonder if I got that too wide here. Yeah, I think I did. Let me see about fixing that. Goes down like that. And it looks like that kind of comes up there. I'm chuckling because Poncho's in there whining. Want some attention from Dad. Okay. Now let me look at that other one. You'd think that poor puppy didn't get any attention at all. Now on this one I can see more of like the jewel look to it. I assume this is more forward, more toward the artist when he painted it. Did you get something? He's pretty proud of himself. A lot of this will probably be a matter of blending what's already there and getting gentler skin tones. This right here definitely has some blue in it. Then this right here, you can really see the roundness. So let me lighten that. I do have full monetization, and I have a membership that just supports the channel. But I think once I'm no longer having some other obligations, I'll have some streams and videos for members only. So just a FYI. Let's see. And the longer you watch, the better for me. You have it playing in the background or whatnot. Okay. If you're looking at doing something with very bright skin tones, he's definitely not your man. I usually listen to music when I'm working on something. Bless you. Dog sneezed. And I worked from large shapes to small. So, goodness, Poncho. So right now excuse me, stomach's growling. Right now I'm going back through and putting a little bit more detail on there in each of those shapes that I put. I think I got that a little too light. I'm just getting my camera out and taking, and then I can flip it visually and get a better look to see if I'm off somewhere. Not terribly. Nope. Helps give me a fresh perspective on what I'm looking at. What did I put on here? Oh, brown, black. That little white right there. It looks like it comes down. It'll be nice when I can take this tape off so that I have nice clean edges. It's a little too stark white. There we go. Let me get that little doohickey on top of her head. I don't know exactly what that is. If it's a comb or what. Doohickey, that's a technical term. Looks like it. Oops. Yeah, it looks like he went like kind of like that. And then put the details in. I want to say there was one of his at the Philbrook in Tulsa. I would not swear on it. Ivory Black, if you didn't know, I was talking about that a minute ago, was originally made from ivory, and then they, of course you can't do that anymore, and then they started using bones. And at one time anyway, they used like sheep's hooves. And I don't know if you know how you make charcoal sticks, but you put them in like a metal device or metal container with a hole in it. And then toss it into a very hot fire. And that's what they did with the bones. So I got this really yellow here. It doesn't need to be that yellow. More of a lavenderish in here. I wonder what became of this model after the scandal. If she had a happy life. I'll have to look into that. Oops. There's a blue shadow right along there. I don't mean to be so monotone either. It's because I'm painting. Trying to focus on two things at once. Got this part of her neck too long. It should be like right here. This needs to come out some. I don't think that's too terrible. What time is it? 3:20. So at the top of the hour, we were going for 4 hours or 3 hours. It looks like there's just like a subtle red. On that. Let's see, what else? Optional accents. He used Viridian or cool green in very small amounts to neutralize reds or flesh tones, just very subtly. Yeah, I wonder if I got her chin too far. They say that when you paint, you are also doing a self-portrait. And my chin definitely comes down a little more than hers. No, let me undo that. I just cropped it without meaning to. It's pretty close. Come on. Up. Aha. I see that this shoulder is down a little. Back where I had it. Oops. Other than baby, I don't remember ever having skin tones so light. I'm gonna put a little blue in here. That shadow. These come up a little bit. Those curls. I think this might white is going to take forever to dry. Shoulder is not correct. I can see that now. It's maybe up there. There we go. It is a study, not a copy. Remember that. I think that shadow or that tone there helped. Slowly mixing in some of this. Oh, this isn't touching. Some of these edges need softened up a bit. This is more pinkish. If you're just getting here, we went over some of his history of John Singer Sargent. He's an interesting man. Her ear is a little looser than what I've got. So let me soften some of those edges. It's right in here on the edge of her ear, that first fold. Needs a little more pink. And up here I'm putting a little light yellow ochre. I'm softening that little edge right there. This right here. Same thing, I need to soften that edge. See if I can get that, oops, that background, especially over here. Looks almost like he's using some alizarin crimson and that Viridian. Let's see what happens. That's not it. Yeah, along that. Let's see how close that is. Wish I could get a more solid layer there. Looks like he may have had trouble getting that in there too. I don't like that kind of halo look right there. It's not going away. There is tape right there, right here. So when I pull that up, that'll be gone. Still, that's too red. Too red. What I did was I added just a little green right in there. Looks like I need more green. To keep reminding myself it's just a study, not a copy. Yeah, it looks like she's got a horn coming out the back of her head. Come on. Come on. I think her eye is too light. In here. changes in these light values, so such a challenge. Got too much paint on my brush there. Not sure. Something is off. Hair is dark enough up here. It doesn't show up dark enough on camera. Anyway. Hi, Gotcha. What are you doing? Hmm? This right here is not stark enough. see. This bottom lip has a curve kind of on that. That come on. I think this needs darker. getting to that point to where I can't tell. Let me do some examining here. Usually if I look at them together, this part of the chin is off. This right here. That shoulder needs to come down just a bit. Do you see anything that's he doesn't see anything, but I do. I'm pondering. Okay. This right here needs to be lighter. sent it to my husband to see if he could see anything. He couldn't see anything. But can't really go any deeper. That's right here. Hey, Starlight, how are you doing? Thank you. I'm waiting on what else it needs. I keep picking away at it. What are you up to? I went through his biographical information and all that good stuff earlier. Painting Al Pacino. Very cool. I'm thinking of doing something for Halloween. What day does that fall on? Is that Friday? Yeah, that's Friday. Feel free to put a link in. Love Al Pacino. Need another one down here. I love Sargent. Yeah. Can't be. Trying to make this background look a little neater. I don't think I'm going to be able to much. Oh, there's a, sorry, when I blew it up I saw something. This little doohickey up here. Probably what I ought to do is use my fan on here. Oops. Dipped my hand in some paint. Gonna do anything fun for Halloween? We don't ever have any trick-or-treaters where we're at. So unless we go to our kids. Which I don't think we're going to. Come on. Yeah, we're kind of the same way. I have a son-in-law that goes all out. Their neighborhood is like the hot spot in town to go. His house, I haven't seen any pictures of it this year, but their house is usually all decked out. Ooh, I need a little What am I hearing? I need a little peachy in there. I could sit and pick at this all day. We all know that. Yeah, my daughter's neighborhood, there's even, usually it's like everybody just goes around that block, and you've got them more than enough. And there's one neighbor that gives out little bottles of alcohol to the adults. Let me specify, to the adults. Yeah, you know, those little individual, they always have a big basket of them for, I think they're intended for like all the neighbors. But yeah, it's still kind of cool, I think. I don't drink though, but I know one year I got a little bottle of Jack Daniels. I just passed it on to somebody else. My daughter and her husband drink, but not to excess, but they drink. Yeah, they have a really good block that they live on. Oh, that's cool. I can't drink. I have a medical condition. Nothing serious. I was told not to drink. It's a hereditary thing. I am going to sit here and just keep picking away at it. So I put this little, whoops, mark right there. This is just such a fraction of the size of the one he did. I didn't either until I looked at it and it was like, oh. Yeah, it was. I noticed it while I was painting. It wasn't a... First I had to move the picture, you know, on my monitor, make sure it wasn't a smudge on my screen. I'm gonna wrap it up here before too long. I'm just fiddle farting around. I don't know that there's a whole lot more I could do at this size without just picking it to death. I don't know if it's like a little, like maybe a little comb or something, is all I can figure. Because there's a gap in between, like the middle of that. Yeah, the bottom part in her hair. So I don't know. That's all I can figure. Yeah, I would think so. That's all I can figure anyway. This shoulder looks bluer. The whole thing at her skin tone looks bluer. But if you didn't have that right next to it like that, I think part of it's lighting. Because I've been using Ultramarine Blue. In parts. Good old ultramarine. Yeah. Yeah. Especially when they showed her, people said her skin looked like a corpse. She was reported to have like lavender skin. They thought she used lavender powder. Oh, there's like a I don't think her shoulders are wide enough. Now that I'm looking at it, this should come out more. I know it's not perfect. Let me see where that one goes. It's not too far off. Corpse, yeah. But I'm that white. My skin is, well, I'm ruddy, kind of. I'm so pale. There's the Irish. I don't know why I'm olive. I always loved olive skin. It tans really well. I was really surprised when I met an uncle that we didn't see a lot when we were growing up, and he had olive skin. It's like, where did that come from? Let's see if I'm missing anything obvious. I think this needs to be a little lighter. But subtly shaded it or faded in there. Really? I'm surprised. I thought olive skin always hand really easy. My dad always had like a farmer's hand, and one arm was always darker because he was the one that drove. Back in the old days. Back when you didn't have air conditioning and you'd smoke in the car, roll down the window so it helped. All the kids in the back seat are choking to death. I hate to admit it, but I can remember like just throwing out trash out the window. Hubby and I were talking about that. We'd go to a nearby town to go out to eat with my grandmother, and I know now they would have been mortified. Well, they're gone, but they would have been mortified to be seen doing that. I don't know, should I make the background a little more green? I think I want to. I'm going to sit here anyway. Let's see. I want it like an olive green. Maybe if I made it really thick, I could get it on over that paint. I don't think it makes that much difference, does it? Kind of looks like the same kind of green from a baby's diaper. If you know, you know. Right up there looks lighter too. The one on my monitor, my reference photo, it looks more yellow than the green. Like, I need to use up this paint anyway. Of course, I have all this paint up here though. What you doing, Poncho? I think I'm going to call that. Otherwise, I'm going to drive myself crazy. A little whiter in here. It's not a copy. It's a study. Hey, Poncho. It's not a copy. It's a study. Oops. Do you use paper to do these? Yeah, these are on, it's like a Bristol paper. And then I tape it and gesso it so that the paint won't absorb too much into the paper. doesn't pull off. I put this on here last night and it's... There it goes. I hate it when it pulls the paper up. Like that. Why is it doing that now? Nope, it's not going to stay down. I thought I had it squared up in the camera more than that too. Come on. That's not too bad. Yikes. I hate it when it does that. And it looks a lot better without the tape on it. Yeah, I thought I had the picture squared up better in the... See you later. John Cedar Sargent. Madam X. Detail. Well, on gessoed paper. 27th. 10/27/25. Okay. All right. I am going to go see if I can square that up a little better. No, that'll drive me crazy. I'm getting rid of the reference image. Okay. Okay. Thank you for being here. As per usual, you all rock. If you haven't already, if you would like and subscribe and all that good stuff, it would be much appreciated. And I was, that was me dropping my walnut oil container. I don't think much splattered out, but some did. That'll teach me to put the lid on tight. Okay. All right, I'll catch y'all later, and take care, be safe, have a great Halloween. If I don't see you before then, I'll probably have another live studio at some point, if not on Halloween.